Hello. All right. Oh man, there's a bunch to go over here. Okay, so first off, it's super duper rainy out. Well, I mean, maybe not crazy rainy right now, but just like a half an hour before the stream, it was still very definitely raining. So it will potentially mess up the LTE connection that I use to stream here. So there is a potential that we will be rained out of the stream. We'll see. I didn't stream yesterday because it was supposed to be a whopper of a storm, and it indeed was.
100 a bunch to go over. Don't worry, we won't interrupt you. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits there, Chloe. Also, apparently I need to turn that down for some reason because it is super duper loud. And by turn it down, I mean I'm just going to wiggle the volume knob.
Bittoken have subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 37 months, currently on a 37-month streak. And says, the servers are the 7 chaos. Chaos is power enriched by the heart. The controller is the one that unifies the chaos by your command.
I thought we were going with Chaos Emeralds there for a second. Valakaniv, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 37 months. I appreciate that. All right.
For who subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 21 months. And says this is not an interruption. Honest. End of line.
Thank you for the 21 months there.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 18 months. End of line.
Thank you for the 18 months. Yeah. BTC and Chloe, thank you for the tier 1 there. Okay. So, okay. Ton of rain yesterday. It was really bad. It hailed. It was crazy. We don't get snow here. We just get ice that falls from the sky. That's how it works. It just goes straight from water to ice, no in between. So yeah, it was fun yesterday. It really was not a practical day for me to stream. We got to claim the #1 airport in the world for cancellations, flight cancellations, because the storms are so bad. So today we still have remnants of them. It's called hail. That's what I said. Yeah, no, I said we got hail yesterday. So congrats. Yeah, exactly. Twitch rolled out instant rewind for Turbo and channel subscribers. Okay, so have any of you tried just going to the videos page and seeing if you could just still access the current stream as a VOD, which allowed you to rewind anyway before? Did they remove that? Did they make that feature pay to win? Because you could always do that if you knew how. So, So yeah, they kept that awesome. So you don't need to pay anyone to subscribe to get the rewind feature. Cool. Twitch account has been banned. Reason, bot account, automated account. That's weird. I don't know. Only if VOD recordings are enabled. Okay, well, yeah, that's fair. I have seen some people who don't do that. And I have no idea why.
82S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 35 months. And says, yay, arrange stream. P.S. Why do you keep letting me in the door? Fingermath incoming. End of line. 106 raiders from Black Simon have joined. End of line.
Hello, Black Simon and Raiders and Cart House. Thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 35 months there. I appreciate that. Okay. So, overlay page on the stream is zoomed in and the sub. Oh, yeah, that might have gotten messed up because I accidentally moved some stuff. One moment. I can look at that. Browser. No. Oh, no. Where is it? Wait, that's on the server, isn't it? Hold on. Thank you for letting me know. But Black Simon, hello and welcome. I hope your stream went well. Let's go over what we're doing today. So I bought 3 Blu-ray drives that we're going to put in my CD robot that I've been working on. If you haven't seen that, I've got it sitting over here. So this is a mechanical or automated robot arm. So this moves up and down to pick up discs. And there are 3 optical drives over there that it can go in. And I had bought some drives for it, but it turned out they're terrible. So I needed new drives. And these ones are some of the only new drives that are made that you can realistically use for good archiving stuff. So I bought 3 of them. Today, we're going to flash firmware on them and qualify them using my suite of difficult media samples and see how they behave. So that's what we are working on. All right, let me look at the overlay because I may have moved that on the server. No, I have no idea why. You know what? Was it just the really long message running onto the bottom? Is that what happened? Because that can happen. Wait a minute, hold on. Why did I not hear stuff? Wait, what? Deck talk is silenced? I think I missed some stuff here. Yeah, why is the deck talk broken all of a sudden? I think Valorant did break it, actually. I hear rain starting, by the way. I've never seen this drive being sold in a box. There's always bulk packaging here. I'll catch up on that in a moment. I'm trying to figure out what went wrong. That's weird. I'm just going to try and restart the thing, the back end, and we'll see what happens. It's real cranky. It is, unfortunately, probably going to reread all of the messages, which may make it encounter the bugged ones. But we'll find out. Or maybe that bypasses them. Oh, no, that means that I missed it. Okay, hold on. I don't know what happened there. It went very broken all of the sudden. The client side should be working, but I'll restart that just as hygiene. Wait, no, I can't hear the deck talk. Oh, no, maybe it was working. Maybe it's that stupid volume pot. Oh, my gosh. So frustrating. Why? I have literally no idea why the deck talk stopped working. I don't remember. Were there 2 serial ports plugged into the stream PC? I feel like there were 2 for some reason now, but I'm not seeing a second one. So that's it. I don't think so. It's almost like the USB serial interface just failed. Or maybe the deck talk failed. I don't know. Because, yeah, I'm not able to get anything from the deck talk now.
DeckTalk Express is running. External power on.
Okay, so the audio hardware works.
DeckTalk Express is running. External power on. This is a test.
You know what's fun is when you change nothing and then it works. Whatever.
DeckTalk is now online. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360 SIZCHER 100T. Here is no way anything could be broken on this channel. End of line. REDSHIFT 1089 subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 41 months. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360 is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to Tectankis' community. They've gifted a total of 5 in the channel. End of line. We added 1 gift subs and 1 bonus gift subs to GOGOGADGET 360 apostrophe S gift. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360 gifted a tier 1 sub to Majisha exclamation point. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360
Doesn't help
gifted
that your
a tier
name
1
gets
sub
pronounced
to
super
Razor.
long.
End of line. GOGOGADGET
It's going to give up in a second, don't worry.
gifted a tier 1 S up to SIMMIE 86. End of line. GOGOGADGET
Yeah, that's a more appropriate volume level. I should be able to talk over
tier
it.
1 sub to Kaplan. End of line. GOGOGADGET
If any raiders actually stuck around, my apologies. We just started. Literally been live for like 10 minutes.
Up to DJ McNoise. End of line. Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to MSBASTER 20. End of line.
Yeah, go gadget. The new Twitch API made it not really easy to fix that. Okay, let me rip through these. Wesley, thank you for the 5. Ben, thank you for the 100 bits. Neo Dragon, thank you for the 6 months of tier 1 for 41 total. DDO Pass, thank you for the 100. Go Gadget, thank you for the 100 bits. Redshift, thank you for the tier 1 and for 41 months. Go Gadget, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Go Gadget, thank you for the 5 gifted subs again. Both of which tripped Valorant free sub or 2 there. Yeah. All gift subs get a free Blu-ray. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say all of them gift triggered a free gift sub, because so far every single gift sub has tripped one. So far I was going to be like 1-to-1, like you gift one, it's worth double. That would be sweet. Anyway.
Error in string value. One to Torscon says CHGER 100 GO 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 GO
Every 5, okay. Oh, okay. Usually it's random.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Taters game. All right. What were we doing?
We added 1 gift subs to GOGOGADGET360 apostrophe S gift.
Why does the bonus one get credited first?
GET 360 is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to TechTankets' community. They've gifted a total of 15 in the channel.
Gadget, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that so much.
Blu-ray.
15 total.
This is a rip by your command. Valorant
Oh my
gifted
gosh.
a tier 1 S up to MICKYGE.
Follow X, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, tripping 2 extras.
360 gifted a tier 1 sub to Chikungu. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360 gifted a tier 1 sub to Leviking exclamation point. End of line.
Because sponsorships, yeah, I guess. Alright.
360 gifted a tier 1 sub to
let's go over stuff.
End of line.
That's an oscilloscope. No.
360 gifted a tier 1 sub to Gradinkum. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360 gifted a tier 1 sub to Concho. End of line.
Oh my gosh.
GOGOGADGET 360 SICHGER.
It's still a bit loud for you to talk over? Okay, I can fix it.
GOGOGADGET
There's plenty of samples here.
is gifting 1 tier 1 subs to TechTankets' community. They've gifted a total of 16 in the channel. End of line. GOGOGADGET 360 gifted a tier 1 S up to NAMELESSD 00 met. End of line. Command error in string value. 1 we added 1.
I can't make it quieter. Oh, well, I guess digitally I could.
Gift. End of line. Valorant gift Fallox is gifting 5 tier 1 subs to TechTankets.
Okay, that'll work.
Community. They've gifted a total of 10 in the channel. End of line. Command error in command.
Can we fix the chat window? Oh my gosh. What's wrong with the chat window?
A lot of things, but that's
That was strategic. I spared you. But Zafina, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't see what's wrong with the overlay positioning. I don't think it changed. Well, it has to have changed. What happened? It does seem scaled. Why? Something changed. It broke itself. I don't know what happened. Nothing is stretched anywhere. I don't know why it's like that. The actual HTML source is set to 1080 by or 1920 by 1080, and it hasn't adjusted the like it hasn't been stretched. I don't understand. Literally nothing should have changed. It's like the EM scale of the text was changed. I have no idea if the poll's off screen or not. Yeah, I get that you think it's scaled. I'm telling you, nothing is stretched. I don't know what it is. And every time I go to the tab to try to fix the overlay, because I use a scene object to fix the overlay, nothing is stretched. That's the thing. When I try to go to the scene overlay, it disconnects because there are no zoom settings. I'm telling you, nothing has changed. I really don't. I don't know. It'll be broken later. That'll get everyone off my back for now. Okay. It's not fixed. It's band-aided. Don't get your hopes up. That's just enough to make it so everyone leaves it alone. There is no solution because I can't find the problem. All right. Well, until next stream when everyone complains that it's smaller. Because that's what's going to happen. All right. Blah. This is an LG. It is a WH16NS40. This is a Blu-ray drive and is apparently exactly the same drive that that this is based off of. But for some reason, this is the model that everyone recommends you use for ripping. I don't know why. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pop this open. We're going to connect it to the test bench computer, and we're going to see how it behaves. Now, let me quickly set a benchmark baseline here. This is They Might Be Giants Factory Showroom. We're going to pop this into this Blu-ray drive here, and we're going to attempt to rip the track 1 pre-gap track. All right, my apologies for the frustrations. It's just having it be a half an hour of problems at the start of stream is very frustrating. just wanting to get started, and it all falls apart. It's just, anyway. This is the command we're going to use for trying to rip the pre-gap. This should be SR1. All right, and we're just going to rip to this. Okay, so I'm going to slide off the stool because my pants are very slick. So SCSI read error, blah blah blah. While that's going, I'm going to install Audacity here so that we can actually see this.
100 great stuff as reliably as pressing the go live button. End of line.
Yeah, no kidding. Thank you for the 100 bits there, Chloe. Zapata, sorry about your chat message being muted, but it was also very trolly and obnoxious, so I don't feel that bad. Not completely breaking stream. We're not fixing it during stream. Yeah, I kind of want that. Why is it 50 megs for Audacity? They got a lot of spyware they got to fit in there. All right. Oh my gosh. The Asus one has more firmware revisions that are vulnerable, so you can flash it, Libre drive. That might be one reason. That would make sense. Yeah, so Helen Croft, in theory, that rule sounds good, but in practice, it's not going to stop everyone from talking about it constantly and driving me insane. So the rule would actually have to be, we have to agree to ignore it and then time out anyone who doesn't abide. But that's not fair to new people, so it just doesn't work. All right, open with other application, Audacity. Does that change the default? So this is GNOME, by the way. So yeah. Save, no. Okay, so yeah, this is not working. So that's what we can take from this. So the stock out of the box LG base model version of the drive does not read the pre-gap track. That's what I wanted to find out and confirm. I already knew that. I'd already tested it. I have an orange sticker on top that says no pre-gap. So we're just doing this for the sake of the stream. Do pin message telling chat people not mention it? Maybe. That is assuming people read. Gotta set the bar real low here, okay? All right, so I'm going to shut off the computer because I am really not sure if it's a good idea to hot swap these. So we're just going to shut it off between runs. So I'm just gonna power off. SATA is hot pluggable, yes. I don't know how well it's going to handle. This is weirding me out. Other users are logged in. Oh, is it because I have Bash open? Hold on, let me try that. Because I didn't think about that. Is it complaining about a Bash session being open? No. Other users are logged in. I'm the one calling for a shutdown unless it's running the GUI's root or something. Yeah, optical drive hot plug's a little funkier. No, it's not Unity, it's GNOME 3. I wish it was Unity. Unity was actually good. The scammers are still signed in, yeah. No, I did that before I installed Audacity. All right, that's computer shut down. That's why it's black. Okay, so, oh gosh, power cable's really tight. This is the ridiculously long SATA cable that I was using in the Laratech. This is a much better application for it. Okay.
APLS 82S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 27 months. End of line.
Steelflight82, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 27 months there. I appreciate that. SATA is hot swappable, optical drives are not. There you go. Okay. Yep, there's your box for the drive, by the way, for those of you who've never seen a box, complete with Amazon sticker defacement. Got to make sure you put that on the one section of the box that has a print on it. That way you make the biggest possible risk for damaging it. There we go. One down, two to go. Wait. They didn't even put a sticker on this one. Why? Why'd you only put it on one? Weirdos? Whatever. Okay. So, we get some stuff. We get some screws. We get a CD. I love this. How are you supposed to read this? Because if you need this, then this isn't working, which means you can't read this, which means you can't use this, which means you can't read this. What's on the CD? Probably disk authoring software, but it's funnier to believe it's drivers. All right, so here's our drive. All right. Oh yeah, and probably a like trial version of Cyberlink powered Blu-ray or whatever they call it now. Have hot swap DVD drives perfectly fine. I don't know. I'm not dealing with it. Okay, we're just not. It's not worth it. All right. So we can look at the metal shells. They're the same. The backs, the same. The top indentations, the same. So yeah, the Asus is clearly an LG rebrand. So let's plug it in and see what happens. And by see what happens, I mean, I assume it's going to read a disc, but how well is it going to read a disc?
David Fenton says, so you're trying again with the SUS Bold Choice. Hope it works out. CHEER 100. End of line.
These are the most recommended drives for ripping stuff, David, and there is custom firmware for them. Additionally, a couple of people here have tested their examples of these drives, and they weren't evil. So, we'll see. All right, hold on. I have to take this camera off this arm and tighten the bolt on it again. So there is a mount plate that I put on this camera so that I can hot plug it, and it's loose because the camera body is stupidly designed and this doesn't go tight enough. So I always have to pull it off and retighten it. I kind of can't believe I haven't destroyed the quarter 20 mount in the camera body yet doing this. This is, again, one of those pains from nothing is designed to do what I want to do with cameras and tables and working like this. No one does this, so nothing is designed to accommodate this. Okay. Thank you, It's Palms. I appreciate that. Well, you'll appreciate... no, I learned don't Loctite because it just gets down into stuff. This ball head is destroyed because there's Loctite in the lubricant. I'm not putting Loctite down into the camera. Anyway, we're currently working on my CD ripping robot with better archival grade drives. So I'm going to turn the robot on, blue LED, because of course, it's the same LG drive. Okay. So they said other complaining. Yeah. Crazy. When were these made? There is usually a date, a year on them. Let's see. July of 2025. So Mr. Doom and Gloom video, not looking so compelling that new drives aren't being made. Matter of fact, here, let's see if we can compare the manufacture dates on all of them. Yeah, we're hoping the custom firmware works on the LG drive. So that is a 2025 701 manufacture date. That's the same as the other drive. Probably all three are the same then. I bet they are all the same batch. I mean, I bought them all three together. I mean, it makes sense. They probably have sequential serial numbers. Yep. 721, don't even have to take it out. Boom. All right. They still make new Blu-ray stickers, yeah. Okay. I don't like that you're not the first person I think I've heard say that the laser is iffy on yours. Okay. Here's the drive. Pop this in. So first test. This seems like a test that you shouldn't even have to do, but let's find out. How far out does the drive eject when there's a disc in the tray? So here we can see it ejected all the way out. Not something that we can take for granted. We're going to take this piece of thermal paste. I'm going to put it up against the tray of the drive. I'm now going to send a command to close the tray so that I don't have to touch it and bump stuff. Eject T dev SR1. Now I'm going to let it read. Yeah, it's far out, which is a little concerning because I swear I was told that it doesn't eject out all the way and was consistent in its spacing, which is super concerning. Okay, now we're just going to eject it via software. It should touch the thermal paste, the Arctic Silver. Good! That's exactly what we want to see. It is consistent. Okay, which probably means that's positive hard stop. Yes, okay. So test one, pass. Yes! I don't think the custom firmware is that advanced, so I doubt it could fix it. Pretty sure it's just like no-opping security checks or something. Would it still randomly stop short of 35th try? Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Next test. Can it read a pregap? It seems like it shouldn't be able to. If the LG couldn't, yeah. That sucks. So why is this a recommended drive? Robot proximity sensor's not tripped yet. Yeah, so that's going to be a fail on the pre-gap test. That sucks. Hmm. Yeah, Yin, this is the kind of thing that could be fixed by flashing. So we'll see. Recommended list? No, it's under the CD DVD section. Well, we're not down and out yet. This is the kind of thing that could potentially be fixed by the custom firmware. So I have observed personally 3 behaviors when it comes to trying to read the pre-gap on this CD in different drives. Correct, Nakalak, yes. The 3 behaviors are, it just works, which is what the B1ST ASUS drives did. All right. Behavior 2 is this, where it fails. All right, and it doesn't work. Behavior 3 is that it lies and it just returns zeros. I've seen that. We haven't encountered that on stream yet, but I know somewhere around here I have a drive that will do it. For giggles, I do have a drive in the computer. Let's just see if it's that one, because it is a SATA drive, and that would be what I would have tested. Be funny if it was that one. Wait for it to recognize the disk. All right, it's trying. Oh my gosh, it might be this one. Okay, so for the record, this is a random drive. I have no idea what this actually is. That's somewhat normal. I'm not surprised by that, at least. One with Audacity. And... oh, nope, that's just working. So the drive inside of this computer can read the pre-gap track. So this is what we would expect to see. This is a hidden track that... making sure you weren't getting sound, that exists before the start of the first track on here. The way you access this is you start playing the CD, and then you rewind track 1 into about 1 minute of negative time. All right. So now this gets annoying. The 1010, I kind of just gave it to you. To play the track 1 and then rewind. What do you mean playing well here? You didn't hear the audio, I assume. Kind of buffery today. But it's quite the rain outside. Super easy to flash Windows. I have no idea about Linux. Yeah, well, we'll see. This is one of those things where I'm willing to boot Windows, but that will be complicated. It will be very complicated. And here's the thing, we're not installing Bluray RIP. This is what I want. So my only concern is redump. I think I need to standardize on this. because this is kind of the gold standard of optical media archiving nowadays. I was unable to get Linux flashing to work over USB adapters. Windows flashing was fine. Okay. Well, I am connected directly to SATA, which is why I have the test bench here today. By the way, side project we will probably get to next weekend because I can't imagine we're going to get to it this weekend. But this computer is an exact hardware clone of the Stream PC. We can try that EFI shim for resizable bar in this to see if we can AV1 encoding working. So I am interested in that. And that's with the ARC GPU. So we can try that. So one of the reasons why I brought it here for this, instead of just using the Z820. All right. Double check. It's JB8. Some drive models the same name, not compatible. It'll brick your drive. That sounds important. I think we just take off the bottom plate. So 3.1 is MK or is Libre firmware. Here's the only flashing guide I could find. One moment. It's nice just being able to go to this so I can click a link. Let's pin that in case I need it. Yeah, make MKV. So I don't actually care about make MKV in the slightest. Like literally not at all. I do technically have a Blu-ray here so that we can, I mean, I'm not going to say we can try it because it's going to take too long. But just the theoretical capability. So. Again, I'm not sure what you're referencing. Takes about 30 minutes to rip a 50 gig. Yeah, no, we're not doing it. As a flashing built into, so it's necessary to upgrade the firmware. Okay, first line of text. Redump highly recommends use of RibShark's custom firmware. It's based on Make MKV's firmware. Firmware is cross-flashable. So it's based on, so it is different from 3.1. So we have the RibShark firmware, the Make MKV firmware, and the Libre boot firmware. Is that what I'm seeing? 3 different firmwares available for this? Should have even more capabilities of firmware I use. So that's good. Yeah, that's what I'm. The lead in, lead out here is exactly what I want. I don't know about the cache thing. Well, lead out without using the cache. Yeah, I don't know about whatever the cache is. With a weather balloon visible in the sky, that's kind of cool. Think it's just a 2. Both should be Libre drive. Okay, I have no idea what Libre drive is. My assumption was that Libre drive was like a rock box for optical drives where they just have their own drivers for all the control chips or whatever that they run on the drive that don't have whatever firmware checks for copy protection stuff is. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, let's try. Let's see. I think I need to install it. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's just be lazy here. Well, Sanity, as you may have seen in the video I'm going to release today, even that isn't always as helpful as you would think. Ah, Dizzy, that sounds interesting. Okay. Okay, so CD, info, see if we can get, oh, fair, it's going to try to read the internal drive. That's not what we want. I have to specify the external. By external, I mean internal on a cable that's longer. Dev SR1. Okay. Just gonna, uh-oh, there's our 3.1 firmware. So you will need to check whether your firmware is encrypted or not. So if it is encrypted, what do? So we do have the encrypted firmware, whatever that is. Yin, how many button presses does it take to type sudo with the 2 exclamation points? So I have to downgrade it. Yeah, I'm thinking we try Windows, which is gonna suck. I want to see if I've done something. I have not. No, MS Todd, I appreciate that. I mean, Patrick, that's not the problem. I can just click a button here. Um, Hold on. Boom. Windows 10 ISO connected. Who needs Rufus when you have iod? I'm just trying to decide how I want to do this. Yeah, I get that, MS Dot. All right, those of you who have used redump MKV, all that fun stuff, could I get away with Windows 10 from 2017, because that's what this ISO is, or should I install Windows 11? Neither one is going to be connected to the internet, and it's going to be real cranky. Windows 11 will be even crankier, which is why I'm not super keen on using that. 10 should work. Works on old Windows. All right, then we'll try and install Windows 10. Ugh, this is going to suck. All right. Well, it's 10 from 2017, so it's very old to 10. Okay, well, let's shut this down. Actually, first off, I'm going to save the current state here, which won't really matter. Okay. All right, I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to disconnect the external drive because we don't need to confuse Windows install any more than we have to. Wish I'd thought about this beforehand. I would have tried starting the install before stream. Maybe I'll take this home and let Windows 10 update too. I don't know. Can you use Wine? I would rather not use Wine for something that involves hardware, and especially like bricking level modifications to hardware. It just seems like maybe not a great idea. Ugh. All right, system's off. Let the fun begin. All right. Yeah, the whole internet is the problem here. That's why we're going with this. So, the fun thing about the test bench, here's my Linux boot drive. We're just going to put a Windows boot drive in, and we're going to install to that. And then I'm just going to store the Linux boot drive over here for right now. So that's how I'm going to swap drives and not worry about stuff. So let's power this up and see how this goes. That's handy. That's why I designed it the way I did. All right, F11, boot menu, iOD, UEFI, virtual CD-ROM drive. Yes, boot from CD, DVD. Okay. Can we clean the dust filter? Nope, I tried. It's all inside, so I can't get to it. It sucks. Darn. All right. Yeah, I'm with Miss MS Dot. Flashing over Wine sounds like an extremely terrible idea. In theory, it could work. Yes, it is just straight up not worth the risk, though. God, Windows just garbages up the talk on the drive. So Wine is exposed SCSI generic devices? I have no idea. That's why we're not doing it. All right. I don't think I've seen Desiac, but is Digital Ice Age still here? And hello, Edie. Is it not possible to flash drive from Linux? It does not look trivial to, specifically for my drives. Since these are so new, they come with the newest version of the firmware that appears to be a pain in the butt. So yeah, I would prefer not to use Windows here, but it's going to be the least painful path. Since it seems like we have some new viewers here, I'll give everyone a overview of what we have going on. All right. So I have 3 of these new Asus Blu-ray drives. I have one right here. These should be good for optical disc ripping. So CDs, DVDs, and now Blu-rays. Blu-rays weren't really one of my goals, but these are going to be able to do them incidentally. This particular CD is a good test example because it has hidden data that most CD drives can't read, which includes these drives. But it seems as though we're going to be able to modify the firmware on these drives to be able to read that data. But I'm going to need to use Windows to flash the firmware to be able to do that modification. So I have a test bench computer here that we're going to use to do that. We're going to flash firmware on the drive, and then we'll see how it responds afterwards. I also have a ton of other test discs of different varieties of difficulty for us to rip with it once we get it flashed. So we're going to see how this goes. This is all in service of my CD ripping robot that I have over here, which can automate the process of bulk ripping discs. I'm going to be installing these Blu-ray drives into that robot so that I know it will be able to rip anything I throw at it, because the whole point of that is completely automated, hands off, build the queue, and do all that. So, manual partition drives from the command line. You can bring it down to just the main partition and UEFI boot. Probably. I don't feel like doing that. This feels morally questionable. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Modifying the firmware on the drives? No. My goal is not piracy. It is only for myself. So it's done its first reboot here, which I think means we're done with the iOD, but I'll leave it plugged in. No, using Windows feels morally questionable. Oh, okay, yeah, that, yes. Archiving is not piracy. Not... If you keep everything to yourself, always, no asterisk. It is not. In the United States, at least, we have a stipulation in the DMCA where you are not allowed to back up media if they ask you not to. That's the best way I can phrase it. There is a stipulation that you cannot defeat copy protection on media, even to use it for legally valid reasons. So, there is no definition of what copy protection is. It's just copy protection. It could be, and that's where the problem is that the copy protection has all been defeated. So it's all trivial. You can even defeat the copy protection without even realizing it at this point because it's built into so much software. So that's one of the problems, that we're going to be able to do whatever we want, but whether or not it's correct is a different thing. I don't know if... I feel like we have had precedences in the legal system where security that was so weak as to be a joke was treated as a joke, where it was not deemed an acceptable enough solution. So I don't know where this would all fall. And then there is always the, I'm trying to use it for legal reasons that would be otherwise not an issue. So it's all complicated. You wouldn't download a car, exactly. Nice the company to keep a copy of their source code and not have to go cap in hand to pirates for their own software. Yeah, that's a different kind of problem, though. It's so much more difficult than you would realize. Here's the real reason why they probably went with the open source hacks or whatever, Rockstar, okay? Keeping a copy of your source code working, or keeping a copy of your source code is easy. Burn it to a CD, chuck it in a drawer, never think about it again. That's not a problem. The real difficult part is keeping the tool chain working. Keeping the ability to compile and modify the code, export it for different platforms. Like, think about this, okay? Grand Theft Auto 3, their original dev kit allowed them to export that to an Xbox One, a GameCube, a PlayStation 2, okay? The Dreamcast. They were working on that. So that tool chain is ancient, and it would be very difficult for them to bring all of that forward to update the code to do what they wanted. That's the real reason that they would do something like that. Not because of, it's just easier to, they don't care and they're just going to steal the pirates' work. they may not even have the rights to use their old tool chain. That's another problem. It can be limited in the licenses. Just image the system at last compile, that is a whole different ask than just burning the source code to a CD and throwing it in a drawer. Who's going to use this computer? Cuckoo. That's who. Okay, boom. What's the password? The password is... Why does it let me do that? Come on. Windows should not allow you to... Dude. The password is literally the word password. I bet it won't let me do this because you're not allowed to put the password in the password. Yeah, your password can't contain your password. Here, we'll make my password hint stronger than my actual password. But without the fives. Because they are actually S's. Oh, we hit the length limit. There we go. Perfect. Just don't put a password? Wait, is that an option? I didn't know that. Oh well, too late. Go for it, Yin. Not a problem at all. You can link it. Okay, you guys gotta realize I stopped using Windows at Windows 7. I have not daily driven Windows or maintained Windows or like figured out how Windows works since Windows 7. Okay, I used the beta for Windows 8 in a VM, saw the changes they were making, said nope, and then just nothing but Linux. The capture's flashing because it's rebooting. It's doing weird stuff. Just let it. I don't know. Actually, that is behaving slightly strange. Windows is never required. All right, I'm just gonna do this for now. I don't know why it keeps flashing. $1703, I think, is which version of Windows 10 it is. How long ago was that? I don't think look up when Windows 8 came out. All right. So there we go. Look, it's Windows. Yay, Windows. All right. See, when you see this, you should be nostalgic like, oh, man. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Eh. Whew. That was, wait, but I need that. Uh-oh. Yeah, how do I handle that? I need to download stuff, but I also need to... Oh, there's still some Windows 10 or 8 in here. Gross. But I need it to not update. Hold on. Update. Update settings. Advanced options. Choose how updates are delivered. Also, for the love of God, why is the UI scale set to 125? There, thank you. Jeez. Wait, it can just hear me and do stuff? Okay, Windows, disable updates. No? Windows, flash the drive firmware. I guess I used up my one magic. Oh well. I don't know if that was worth it, but I'll take it. Okay. Update settings. Change active hours. Ooh, perfect. Start time. 11 p.m. Okay. Wait, when you use this device, we won't automatically restart. Oh, that's useless, actually. Uh. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so run dialog, and then eService. Nope. eServices dot MSC. Windows cannot find doodad majigger. Just services. Okay. Windows cannot find services. Pretty sure I spelled that correct. Oh, MSC, not MCS. Sorry. MSC. Okay. Man, that looks annoying. So, Wahoo server. Okay. How do I find this? Control F. Oh, it's just Windows Update. Windows Update. Stop. Properties. Startup type. Disabled. Apply. All right. There we go. Okay. I'm not connected. Oh, so sad. Oh, well. All right. Late Internets is back. Chat. No, I'm good with Microsoft Edge. Thank you. Tech tangents dot net. All right. Read. Okay. Anyone want to link me anything? There you go. Firefox.com. Download. Clickety click click. Click. Oh, that's beautiful. Love a nice static HTML page. Click. What do I want to do? Save. Okay, and oh man, you know it's a good internet connection when it's going to take 30 seconds to download 60 megabytes. No surprise chat didn't work? Old Edge, no, it does work. It's right there. That's chat right there. Because I run this server, it doesn't have like ridiculous capability checks for the browser. Is this downloading? Oh, what do I want? Oh my gosh, stupid Internet Explorer. All right. Did this finish downloading? What do you want to do with the... Oh, that one's 6.4. Man, that was confusing. Oh, I know that's me. Yeah, 100% sure that's me. That is hilarious, Alan Croft. Stupid, but hilarious. All right, I think that's everything downloaded. Open folder. All right, install Firefox. And also I want to be really lazy and I don't have to type this again, so I'm going to copy that. Close tabs. Yes. Okay, where's my Firefox installer? Run. Smart screen can't be reached right now. Yeah, run. I don't care. Yes. How do I disable UAC? Which, it just hit me. When Windows, Microsoft, however you want to think about it, first introduced UAC, I always found it really hilarious how they, like, use the name of the evil megacorp from Doom to, like, do their stupid over-the-top security stuff for Windows. But now they can literally just brand it the evil megacorp stuff because they own the Doom IP. They did that before they owned the Doom IP. All right, there we go. Now I can just bring that back up if I need it. What are you not going to downgrade to Windows 10? Well, for one, I didn't want to do that because Windows 10 might as well be Linux with how much it requires an internet connection. So I didn't want to use that. So we're on Windows 11 here. I'm going to have to download Make MKV, aren't I? No, because you got the SDF tool here. Okay. Extract all, that's right. Who needs WinRAR when you got zip built into Windows now? Well, no, again, the whole, excuse me, point I was trying to make is that they didn't own it at that time. Do not use that version. What are you talking about? Oh, excuse me. Holy moly. None of those are my LG drives, so I'm going to have to get a different firmware, I suspect, for this one. Because mine is WH16 NS40, not 60. Yeah, I'm willing to grab a different version if that would be preferable. No, there's no drives connected. Well, I mean, there is a drive connected. It's bundled with Make MKV. I don't want to have to download Make MKV, though. Fine. Isn't it all weird to download Make MKV, though? I've only done it once. I ripped all my Blu-rays, and then I was like, well, I don't need to do that again, because it's not like I buy a lot of Blu-rays. Alright, let me look at this. Make MKV. Download. Make MKV for Windows. Oh, that was too easy. Wait, why do I want the forum thing? Why is the download page one not acceptable? Now I'm confused. Also, why can't I click that? SDF tool flasher. Oh, it's the direct for that. I mean, you know, yeah. Somewhere in Make MKV's decryption key that if printed on a and worn on a shirt could get you put in jail. Yeah, that's part of the reason why we're not showing Make MKV's website. Activation key that lasts till the end of September. That is for Make MKV, if I remember correctly. So to the RIAA MPPA or whatever, that is not a Blu-ray decryption key. Do not come after me. You do still need Make MKV installed. Well, then I'm just going to install like the full shebang. I don't see a reason not to. Use it so much you just bought it? Yeah, I don't use it that much. I'm not against buying it. I forget how much it is. Don't they have like limited purchase windows or something weird like that? I forget what it is. Okay. I'm running the installer. Hold on. I guess this is probably fine. I can most likely show this. All right. Button. Okay, we're installing the thing. Yeah, I get that part, Yin. It's probably increased. Yeah. Sure, that sounds important.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Zafada. All right, we don't need to run it. We're just going to the install folder to do the thing. SDF tool 64. Aw, yeah. Oh, is it not a GUI? Oh, cool. All right. Huh. Ha! Weep at my ancient version of Windows that still has proper command prompt. The forum post has a GUI. Oh! That's what you're talking about. All right. Got it. Um, Here's a visual. Oh, man, I was like, it's just Excel? Okay, wait, 1.3 SDF tool 64 is not an internally recognized doodad majigger. Okay, CD, C, program files, x86. I don't know about that. Program data, no. Let's try this. Make, no. Make, no, so it's going to be x86. Make MKV, boom. Now, SDF tool, drive not specified, help. And version 2.6, okay. Oh, hey, look, there's my dude, my thing. For convenience, here are the firmware files to recover. Recover? So you get the 136 for, you want to back up your current firmware? Oh, always, yeah, 100%. Okay. Oh, I love MediaFire downloads. I don't remember if MediaFire's safe, so we're just going to do this really quick. Oh, it didn't even take me to an ad page? What? Do they pay for MediaFire? Weirdos. I mean, I guess it didn't show anything, so I can just do this. All right. So now what? Probably shouldn't have run that from the zip download. Look, it's a thing. Did they bake in? You can't see it. They baked in their own high DPI stuff. Okay. That's going to be fun. Let's try a thing here. I'm going to go this and then wait, BD-ROM drive. Oh, the iOD is showing up as BD-ROM drive. I'm like, I don't have a Blu-ray drive connected. They're all disconnected. Okay. Local disk C, this, and I was just going to copy this here. That way I know it's in the same spot as all the other stuff. All right, I'm going to show you all that won't work. Compatibility. Run this program with compatibility for... Why is Windows XP not an option? Windows 7, sure. Override, DPI, scaling behavior, scaling performed by application. Okay. Now watch as it looks exactly the same. Boom. Called it. Do not change OS. All right, just so that I can prove you all wrong. It's not how the compatibility settings work. Oh my gosh, Windows, I don't care. There you go. Same thing. Get to log out and log back in. No, I don't. That's not how that works. You want to know how I can tell? Is this a native Windows dialog? It is not. What Windows has ever had a round exit button? This is not a native Windows dialog. All right, well, this is a native Windows dialog at its super high scale. Man, this is stupid. It's not a Windows 7 border, though. Yeah, don't worry, we're not doing anything yet. So change settings, apply. Yeah, it doesn't say to log out and log back in. Yeah, I don't even have the drives connected. Yeah. Let the system do the scaling? It's not, though. I'm telling you. The only thing it's going to do is bilinear filter it. Watch. What the heck? Why? Whatever. Fine. All right, so yeah, let's flash the iOD. Let's read the firmware on the iOD here. Okay, start. All right, so I'm going to shut this off, and then we're going to plug in the Blu-ray drive, unplug the iOD, of course, and we'll see how this goes. Windows is dumb. All right, iOD disconnected. Let's do the LG drive first. Just double check here. This LG drive and the Asus drives should be functionally identical with the firmware replaced, right? They're literally no different. Only firmware is different, can be cross-flashed. Okay. Presuming that the PCBs are the same. JB8 2015 5.8. Yes, that's the new one. Yeah, they're the same. Agreed? Okay. Should behave the same if you put RibShark on both. All right. Perfect. Then we're going to do the LG drive first since it's the lowest risk. This drive is actually also brand new, unused. I just don't care about it as much because I don't like it. So if this makes it like good, that would be nice. Oh, stupid Windows. Yeah, I've got a USB slimline LG drive that I might want to look into this now that I'm going to have a machine set up for it. Be nice to have that one not suck. All right, I'm just letting it do whatever it's going to do. Figure it's probably got to sort itself out with drives or whatever. Also cleaning my fingernails because I know I'm going to end up showing them on video and they are complaint worthy. All right. Does retail box indicate which version of the drive it is? I doubt it. But let's find out. No. Unless it's baked into the serial number. Although it does say it's Windows 11 compatible. And that it's natively a BDXL drive. Yeah, I don't really care about the password thing that much. All right. I complain about a lot of stuff that isn't really worth trying to solve. Like, I want the Windows, you know what, I'm just not even going to say it because it's just not worth trying to solve. Okay. Let's go back to the make MKV folder. SDF tool flasher. Okay, please select drive. We want this one. Recover drive. That's concerning. Read firmware. Start. Unhandled exception. Something, something, something. Darn, I hate it when that happens. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that again as root, I suppose. All right. Sudo FDF tool flasher. Right, read firmware from that one. It's drive D for disk drive. Encrypted firmware, include bootloader. What? Oh, man. Start, go, whee. I wonder how it organizes it. Wait, did it do it already? Was that it? Is it like super tiny? I mean, it probably is. It's just an optical drive. Tar file? That doesn't seem right. Is it really that small? That's right. That's weird. Okay. Just check the contents. Oh, I mean, that's not trivial on a fresh install of Windows. I can download 7-zip and install it, and then I can. But I mean, I probably should anyway. Let's just go ahead and do that. The 7-zip. I'm pretty sure there is no tar support. It knows out of the box. All right, let's download that one. All right, wait, do we need the what you call it, a hex editor? Is that required? Okay, 7-zip. Open archive.
Says Windows what matches
Well, that's a lot of stuff.
CHER 101. End of line.
Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. I mean, that seems like the real firmware blob size. You can't see it. Rename it to zip and have Windows unextract it. Yeah, that's just how compression works. I mean, do those file sizes seem correct? So mostly just zeros. Well, 71K. That's more than the sum total of all of this. It seemed fine. We check your drive. I would appreciate that. I could also just look at the firmwares that I have, I guess. On that, what do I want? Downloads, a new window. You've got the best chance of recovery. I mean, I would like them all to work. All the firmware you need pack. Okay, so if this drive is identical, all right, in theory, I could just use this. Why is that so much bigger? MD5 would be good. You know, you guys really make it sound like that we just want to run Linux here. Okay, we can't do an MD5 in Windows. Doesn't these have different calibration data in theory? I don't think that would be in the firmware. I would hope that's just in some random EEPROM somewhere that we're not going to change. All right. That doesn't contain the modified firmware. Okay. Yeah. Let's redump drive compatibility. This is my hook that I know how to get to the firmware from. PowerShell's not real. You can't prove it. All right. We want this. That's all right, Yin. Wait, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go to this page. All right. Okay, that is the download we want. So we want this file, which is not the same as that. So we have downloads and we got this. But this is still tiny. You know, I'm just going to get rid of this stupid type thing. That way we can see the file size. I also don't really care about date modified. Okay. But again, that's a bin file, and that's not the same as anything that is in what I just read from my drive. Did Windows hijack that, or did I click that? I'm not sure. I probably clicked it. Yeah, that's my thing. It's a tar. The dump from your drive is that. Okay. But 7-zip, open archive. There's nothing in here that's 2K. Access is denied. Dude! Hold on. I got an idea. I know Windows. Haha. Okay, there we go. Why is all this back already? Your dump is not complete. Yeah, so that's the thing. Why is it not? So I have this 64K ROM. So why did this not work? Test the ASUS drive. Maybe it's the encryption. If that's the case, then the ASUS drive is probably affected as well. By the way, the manufacturer date for the LG drive is May 2024. All right. I think the zero padding is valid. Let's check that. Good Lord, 26 leases. Yeah, yeah, and actually, if you could dump yours and then compare that to what you flashed, that would be helpful. You know, MHEX, it's the only one I use when I want a GUI. All right. Extract to MHEX. Well, Zafida, this one's ridiculous. It's its own UI toolkit, so it has a lot of stuff statically linked. Or maybe not so statically linked, seeing all those other files. And when I say its own, it's MGUI, which is apparently not really happy with Windows. Yeah, I don't need this garbage. Just open. I don't care. Just open it. I don't care. Just why? What is with Windows and scrolling back to the top of the folder when I run an executable in there? There we go. Wow, MHEX kind of sucks on Windows. Yeah, you say lower right, but we are having some UI problems. Anyway, whatever. Seems normal. All right. I can't click the scroll thing. There we go. It's not really padded by the looks of it. No, it's not. It's all spread around there. Yeah, so that's not padded. Huh. Yeah, we're not going to be able to use MHEX. It's not, that is not going to work. So Nakalak, that's not really telling me a lot though, because what I have to flash it with is different from what I can flash back. There we go. I mean, I guess it's fine without the flickering and offset UI. Back up at the same size, structure size. I think it's okay. All right. It's a little weirding me out. This means full backup isn't possible. Hmm. Okay. Download SDF tool 135, but we're using 136. Download the RibShark firmware, which we already did. Sure your drive is connected to the PC and no disk is inserted. No disk is inserted. Run SDF tool. Select downloaded firmware. If you're using 135, there's no need to toggle the encrypted output option. It will detect automatically. Press start. High DPI screens may have an issue. It may say STA or similar. After it's written the firmware, you must power cycle the drive, disconnect USB adapter, turn off PC for internal drives. After it's written the firmware, your drive is now compatible with redumper as well as make MKB. Okay. So, you download stock firmware? I doubt it. All right, so long story short, I just write it. And then I pick a file. Run as admin, though? I did so that it could write into the file. There was no disk. We already confirmed that. I guess I'm ready. I'm just not happy about it. So this is 310. And apparently this Windows one is just going to solve this. Oh, I just want to read. I thought there was an asterisk on here for this drive. 16 NS40. Only newer models can be flashed. Okay, that's this. This is the Asus firmware, but it is functionally identical to the LG drive. Actually, I want to try something. It does not detect the tar to write the firmware back. Yeah, I really hate this. Might be for recover. Let's see what recover does. That also does not look for a tar file. Send it back if it fails. This one I can't. Okay, if I don't have a full backup, what am I missing? Why not do one of the Asus drives? Does he have one of those for 3 of those? I mean, I suppose we could do that. Well, it did say files plural. I might have been able to multi-select. All right, we'll plug in the Asus. See what happens. Well, MS-DOT, that's exactly why I'm being so calculated about this. I'm trying to make sure that I don't make a stupid mistake. And I'm trying to check everything as much as I can as I go along here. All right. Asus drive connected. Pretty sure you're not going to be able to dump the full firmware. You can probably get it from LG's website if you need it. Interesting. Now, like Amazon will check what firmware is if returned if broken if anything happens. I mean, that is true. Just gonna give it a second. Kind of bugs me a lot. It can't dump the firmware though. I don't know, Poot. I don't know. Okay. Select drive. We're picking this one. Read start. Again, that was super fast. Get rid of this stupid type. Same exact size. All that looks the same. I bet I would not be surprised if those are identical. Yeah, how would I do it with SDF Tool 64? I don't want to open a PowerShell window here, but I also don't want to have to type to get back to here. So I suppose this will have to be acknowledged as existing. SDF2, oh my gosh. SDF Tool 64, okay. Oh, I hate PowerShell so much. D? List available drives. Drive name. Do I have to put this or do I put that? There's no way to run as admin without clicking or without typing. Unless, copy. I think I may have cut by accident. CD. Of course, Windows is stupid. Windows is still stupid. I have no way of making the font size bigger. I really do have to type this in. That's stupid. Let's see. Is it going to be Control Shift C and then Control V? That's awful. Wait, but they could just put dash D right there. Who gives? Okay, dump. And then firmware. Sure. Unknown command. Produced error code. I mean unknown command. Right there, dump. I tried D earlier though, and it didn't work. Same thing. It has a drive letter associated with it. It's right there. Or that, yeah, it's this one. It's that one. Dash O? Oh, yeah, I did miss that. Good catch. Output path invalid. Well, that's your fault. Okay, dir firmware. What? Directory? Why is the output so weird? Command produced, one files, dump user. Yeah, I don't think it'll work. Can you get a weather update? I don't know. I can't check the weather without going outside. Try flashing and can't read properly. Yeah, I just don't like that. I think you can understand me being a little iffy about that, but I guess we have literally no choice. We're just going to use the GUI because, like, why not? It produced the same results. There's clearly nothing wrong with the GUI. But I will say this, Digital Ice Age, I have now listened to the Tron Ares soundtrack. We're going to flash the Asus. Man, you guys and your admin, like, just... Jeez. Have you listened to it, Digital Ice Age? I mean, you probably have. I don't know if you're as much of a weirdo stickler as me. I had to wait until I got the actual CD in my hand. You'll need the same in Linux? I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, downloads. It's this thing. All right. Just don't want you to make a brick. You have not. I'm going to wait till you see the movie. Okay, that's fair. I'm trying to think if... Would you want to know something that is general information about it that may set your expectations more? Or would you rather go in totally blind? Because I have something that I could tell you that I wouldn't have minded knowing going into it. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's a thing. Go ahead. Okay. Think of it more as a score and not as a soundtrack. And that it is more like Halo's 1, 3, and 4 and less like Halo 2. It is very thematic. But that's it. That's all I would say. Yes, this is the firmware. It's Asus blah 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 edited.bin. I know you can't see it because it's pixel font size 4. So it's more tightly coupled to film than just incidental music. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I would not say it's a normal album. It's a rare day to see you actually running Windows. Yeah, it's a rare time that I'm flashing the firmware on hardware that cost me $400. So I don't really want to screw it up, and it's not worth trying to do it. Still a banger. It's still good. I still enjoyed it. It's just not a traditional album. And I do really think strongly that calling it a soundtrack is not the correct description. It is a score. Send it? Yeah, I think I do. Rip drive. Well, actually, ripping is what we wanted to do after. Programming flash. Please wait. Okay, I'll wait. Should I drink the coffee without the lid on it open over the drive right now? All right, I guess that's it. So now we reboot. Actually, I'm going to full power off. All right, here we go. Ooh, we can run Skype. Awesome. Look at it. It's Skype. It's a Skype preview. Ooh, we can get into Skype before it fully releases. How cool.
Loriku says CHEER 100 next up on Shelby's guide to how to troll your chat. End of line.
All right, shut down. Disconnect drive when possible, I guess, to discharge caps. I mean, I can do that too. My preferred way to do that is usually to discharge it and then press the eject button so that it tries to do something. So it remembers the time you spilled water on your computer. Oh, my laptop. Yeah, that did happen. That was scary. Laptop's still going strong, though. Only need the power cycle so that it rereads firmware. Yeah, I know. I just like to be obsessive. External drives? Yeah, so it is connected internally. It's just outside of the machine. We're going to have to put the Linux stuff back in to confirm that it like actually did a thing. How long did you wait after spilling water on it to power back up? I don't remember. Like an hour, maybe? The other thing was that water didn't actually, it wasn't that bad. It was more like it splashed onto the keyboard. So, really like the Social Network soundtrack. You know, I have not listened to that much. The only thing I remember is it has In the Hall of the Mountain King on it. So, I haven't listened to the TRAR scores as much. I do own Social Network on vinyl, but only because I got it after the reissue. Also start Make MKV to see the Libre Drive stuff load. All right. Played a little more fast and loose, left my computer on, just yanked and resumed. Love it. Man, when you reopen the SDF tool, it should have cross next to the encrypted firmware now. I like that test. Let's do that. Also, let's make sure it shows up in this PC. It does. That's a good sign. Let's see if it ejects. All right, it did. It's not brain dead. Love it. I don't think we can close. No, that would be too much of a fan. Capella Radiohead creep they use in the trailer. For Tron, because if you're talking about for that, I don't know, because I've not seen any of the trailers. I'm trying to go into the movie as blind as possible, but I will say this, Digital Ice Age, not listening, oh, Social Network, okay. Not listening to, I haven't seen the Social Network either. Literally just like Facebook movie, I don't care. I'm sorry. But I've not seen the trailers for Tron Ares because I liked Tron Legacy so much that I am not going to be unbiased going into it. And I want to give it as fair a shake as possible. But I will say, after having listened to the soundtrack, I'm pretty sure I have figured out what the entire plot of the whole movie is. All I had to do was listen to the soundtrack. No encrypted firmware. Who made the soundtrack? 9 Inch Nails for Tron Legacy or Tron Ares. Tron Legacy was Daft Punk. The Social Network is technically credited Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross, who are 9 Inch Nails, at least now. So the designation of Tron Ares being a 9 Inch Nails work is significant. So less about Facebook, more about .com booms hangover. All right. It's fine. It says it's 310. Oh, it's right there. Okay. All right. So you want me to run Make MKV, have it show some nonsense? Okay. No disk inserted. What am I looking for? Wrong drive? Oh, that's fair. There we go. Patched, microcode, access re-enabled. Interesting. All right. Nine Inch Nails makes you think of the first Quake game. Yes, they did do the soundtrack to that. And by they, I mean he... But yeah, Blu-ray drive is enabled. Okay, am I crazy? Is there nothing that actually says Libre drive? It's just firmware type patched. Unrestricted read speed, yes. I do like that. Second bold line. Oh, it's a title. Ah, got it. I'm up to page or up to par now. However you want to think about it. Okay. We could go ahead and flash the other two drives now, but I want to put the Linux drive back in and try and rip the pregap track right now to answer whether or not this is going to be able to actually do that. So, because I still don't know that it will actually be able to. So let's find out. I'm going to shut this down and we'll see what happens. All right, if you missed the start here, this is my test bench computer for modern systems. As soon as Windows gives up on the stupid stuff, yeah, okay. Fans spun down, maybe? Yes, okay. So now, boop, that's Windows. This is Linux. And now we're ready. That's it. Who needs a refine when you got cartridges? All right. Is it a horizontal case? No, this is a Cooler Master. I forget exactly what. But this is how the case is meant to be. It's not that Corsair one, if that's what you're thinking. I could see that. It's very similar to the Corsair horizontal case, but it's not that. How much does SATA SSDs cost nowadays? I have no idea because I have a lifetime supply of retired enterprise drives or enterprise used drives that are perfect for this kind of use case. So I've not had to get one in a long time, and I'm extremely appreciative of it because it is so useful for me. All right, here we go. Let me pop factory showroom in, and we'll see what happens. Let me just wait. All right, here we go. This better work. I'm going to predict this does not work. It's having a good think about it. I'll let it be. Yeah, it's Master Control Program, the old one. Hung? No, the drive's still, like, making sounds. It's trying to do something. I don't know what. So I'm just going to give it a second. I'm out of coffee, and I'm sad now. This is different behavior, though. I do like that. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that it's not actually doing anything, and we can check that by doing this and seeing that pre-gap was last modified 2 hours ago. So it has not written any data yet. Oh. Whoa! Okay, I love this drive now. What? Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I'm super excited. I don't know why it took so long, but I will take it. That is incredible. Oh, that rocks. That's so good. Oh, mixed mode. Yeah, now we go through the entire set of test discs. The whole thing. We need to see if there's actual audio. Bet there is. I bet it's perfect. Open with Audacity. And boom, look at it, it's perfect. This is the only section that is the hidden track. I'm over ripping. Now flash the LG drive. Yeah, we got 3 more drives that need to flash still. It's perfect. Yes! Does it matter if it takes a while to work properly? Probably not for pre-gap tracks, because those are going to be so rare. As long as I detect them and do that rip, it's fine. So, yeah, that was flawless. Okay. I do not have Pi Disk Grip installed on here. So I don't have the whole setup for testing everything right now. Do we want to install Pi Disk Grip and then continue from there so that it's easier? Or do you want me to just do like a BenQ with CDR-DAO? Install it. Why not? Because it's a pain in the butt. Use Redumper, it'll find pregaps for you. Yes, but it doesn't extract WAV files. I will still have to do that manually. And I don't know how I can get audio data out of a redump dump. All right, let's try and install Pi Disk Grip. What do we think? Is it indexed by Google? Will it show up? Is my network cable plugged in? Oh, my network's down. Hold on, I gotta reboot the Raspberry Pi. Puts up BenQs. Oh, okay. Manual sample rate settings here. All right, that's perfect. Okay. They'll use RPis for networking. Ah, you see, except that I use a RPi as a WAN source by, yeah, connecting it to a hotspot. So the RPi uses this Wi-Fi card to connect to the internet and then bridges that and then acts as the WAN point going into my router. So the Pi's not routing. Don't worry about that. Socks should handle bins unless, oh, that's how I know what Socks is. I use it for encoding audio for the phone for the point redeem. It's like the worst program ever. All right, try again. Hey, and it is indexed as well as the video. Wow. Maybe that was a unique enough name. I wouldn't have guessed it would be. Caesar and FFmpeg, but yeah, you have to tell it everything. Yeah, I don't. All right, we're gonna clone the web branch, cause I mean, yeah. So get.
With Prime. They've subscribed for 23 months. End of line.
Love you 2 times. Thank you for the Prime sub and for 23. Yes, 23 months. I appreciate that. I had to really think about that one for a second. Okay. Yep, grab that. Okay, we got a lot to install. Never mind, we're not installing Pi Disk Grip. Change my mind. Disregard. Pulling the parachute. We're just running CDR-DAO directly. I'll give you one guess why. Matrox knows why. I am not dealing with that today. Too new? Yeah, no. No, not new. Not new. Logged you out of GitHub? Oh, no. Well, I mean, as much as I appreciate the sentiment, no, this is a different computer. So. I can tell you why, Yin. This is what, okay, well, this. Hold on. It's not it's unfair to criticize this Ubuntu, okay? This Ubuntu is ancient. Yeah, F strings. So the way I encoded F strings in PyDiskRip was apparently only supported by Python versions as new as March of this year, and I did not realize that. So while I could make it work with this version by just fixing the F strings, there's a lot of F strings in there. So I would have to go through the whole thing. And I would actually like to do that at some point, but I would like to do it with a script so I don't have to like edit all of the files and make all of the mistakes by hand. So yeah, we're not going to do that. We're just going to run CDRDAO directly. No, we're not. I don't think it's a good idea to update Python, because there's a lot of internal Ubuntu stuff that depends on Python. I am going to do this, though. I'm just going to copy paste a full CDRDAO command into Twitch chat. That way I can be super lazy. Here's hoping that it allows me to send the entire thing. All right. Archiving, 3 drive, output. Let's do... Nero was one of the later ones. Log, CDRDAO. That's a long command. All right, enjoy looking at that CDRDAO command. Yay! It's such a cool command. Wow, crazy. There we go. It's not laziness, it's efficiency. In a way it is, because it's really bad. All right, gedit. Oh man, I haven't used gedit in a long time. Okay, I just need to get rid of everything I don't need, make sure the drive is correct, and then I'm going to go ahead and, can we even do a search replace? That's a dangerous one to set. That could break the deck talk.
Driver change /bincue /nero driver change s1 n ero driver change s1.
Updating Python's a great idea. It would generate more video opportunities. Yeah. All right, this should work for our command. Here we go. Well, this is just an audio CD, so this should work easily. This is the factory showroom disc.
End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Afida. You are slightly pushing it with the troll posts, though.
100. I said no one sent that to the deck talk. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, I'll put this out there. I have had people petition me to raise the bit requirement for the deck talk. What is the general consensus on that concept? Please do. Freefall wants it to be 500. Yes, 500. Wow. Man. Ooh. $1 still seems reasonable. Does be happening a bit too much. 500. Man, there are a lot of people wanting it to be 500 bits. 1,000. Okay, digitalization. Points are not what used for that, Schmide. It's bits. That's $10. If you get more money out of it, that's not how that works. Charge per letter, now. Hold on here. Wait a minute. Actually.
Wesley Nixon says CHEER 100. Lincoln's off the starboard pole, by your command.
I have that on record, by the way. I'm curious about the charge per bit. Or charge per character. I'm interested in that. The problem is it needs to realistically be per syllable, which is the bigger problem. Google logo is the old one today. Dude, I haven't actually gone to just google.com and looked at it in a long time. Well, I appreciate that. Can they just keep it that way and then get rid of this button and then just stop being evil? That would be cool. Oh my gosh, the band, Wesley, is like, the name of the band is on the tip of my tongue and it's driving me crazy now. This isn't working for some reason. I think we have encountered this before when trying to rip this disk as a bin queue and it gets a little weird. Unless CDR-DIO just doesn't do any output. Hold on. We're in the home folder, I believe. Yes, we should be reading to S1, talk, and the other thing. S5. Actually, no, either. Yeah, it's bugging me. It's bugging me a lot. Yeah, we're not ripping right now for some reason. The firm, yep, that's it. That's 100% it. You add verbose? I don't think it's necessary. It should just do a single status line that it line return updates. Yeah, I'm thinking it could be the same weird problem as CD Paranoia. I don't know. Not that I also have a copy of Star Trek, and yeah. I'm going to leave it for a second. I want to see if it does actually correct itself here. When is the phone going to be functional again? It's kind of a pain in the butt to maintain, so I'm not super keen on bringing it back right now. It's another one of those things that is a direct interruption as well. We run out of minutes. Maybe we could try a different disk. No, Edie, so I have a SIP phone interface that allows you to use a VoIP phone or a VoIP access point with a real phone. And I had it set up for a while where you could use a channel point redeem on Twitch to send a message that is then text to speech, encoded, and then sent to the phone. The phone rings, I pick it up, and I listen to the message. It was fun, but it, is very, very distracting. Well, the GeForce CD ripping never ends. That's the short of it. It never ends. It's never finished. It's never solved. Yeah, I'm gonna cancel this and try a different disc. Let's try Foo Fighters, actually, because we know that one rips very, very well. Dude, yeah, that drive just slams to the end of the tray. I love it. It's exactly what I want to hear, is the mechanical damage happening to it, because that means it's consistent. All right, so I'm ripping Foo Fighters Color in the Shape, which is just a normal Redbook audio disc, nothing funky going on. The drive should just rip it, boom, like that. Yeah. We only ever called it when Chubby's in a different room. Yeah, exactly. We're under a desk or trying to solder something. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised this either. Hellencroft, would you want it back? Because you were really awesome about disabling it during sensitive times all the time. And I can imagine that is also very annoying to have to manage. Fine with anything? All right. I do appreciate that. Maybe it's a weird setup that the drive does with the custom firmware. Need a Duke Nukem voice routine. That would be less disruptive. I will say this, Digitalization, if you're still here, Tron soundtrack, I have bits of it stuck in my head because it is good. It's on loop in there right now. Now simply have an LED ticker to send you a message. It sounds like one of those things that would be a pain in the butt to support all the time. I am like this close to making Deck Talk Digital run on the server. So I can have it just be simplified. So, Edie, I do have a video on it on my channel on how it works if you want to have more details. Man, this is weird. Yeah, I'm really curious to see the movie and how the soundtrack is executed, or the score. Some of these drives have sleep bugs. Cycling the tray after the drive has been idle for 2 minutes can fix it. The light is flashing on the drive right now. So I don't know. And we get the benefits of dealing with virtual audio routing. Oh, yeah. Darn. Yeah, Patrick, I don't know. I will say there was a lot more support for bumping up the point redeem to 500 than I would have guessed. Or the bit redeem for DAC Talk. I might do that sooner than later with that level of support. I mean, here, I can just show you the blinky blink, 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 blink. You can also see why I need new shirts. Blink, blink. I think this is specifically a CDRDAO issue, which is not great with how this is currently working. This is my test bench computer. This is just random throwaway install of Ubuntu. No, the custom firmware is actually meant to be fast. That's its whole point. So much for unlimited read speed. Yeah, right. You know, there is no reason I couldn't have the point redeem be dynamic. If it gets used too much, it could automatically increase. Try going back to MMC RAW. Oh, we could do that. Yeah. Someone mentioned surge pricing. Yeah, that was sarcasm, but I could actually do it because the 100 point or 100 bit check is done in Python. It's not on Twitch or anything, so I could actually do it. I feel a little bad about doing that though, only because even for like channels that have like thousands of viewers, $1 is usually where they set their channel or their TTS redeem, as far as I'm aware. That's what I've seen. And they're usually getting much stupider stuff. Surge pricing would discourage hype trains. So would quintupling the price. So. This is weird. Yeah, maybe I should just do redump. Yeah, Poot, that's where it gets difficult because I can't tell what the phonetic expansion is going to be from the raw text. There's literally no way I can know. Like Zafida putting in just L and K repeated, it's only like, 40 characters long, but it stretches out for so many seconds because the deck talk pronounces L and K repeatedly. It's not licka 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 or something like that. Do it based on the phonemes. I can't get the phonemes. That's what I'm saying. There's no way for me. I can't have the deck talk just like take a string, convert it to phonemes, and then send it back and then see how big that is. It's not how it works. You have to change it to MMC RAW in both places? What do you mean both places? Why is it in there twice? That's weird. I could charge for length per text string, but again, that does not directly translate to phonetic length. That's the problem. What if you play digitally first? If I implement a digital version of the deck talk so that I can record the audio length and determine how long it is, I'm just going to play that audio. I'm not going to deal with the hardware support for the physical deck talk anymore because it sucks. How would you charge for it if you don't charge? If you don't charge, the user donates. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sometimes it bugs out, just reads words and letters. Yeah, that can complicate it too. You know what? I think this command is bad. I need to get rid of the paranoia mode option. This is asking how the viewer is supposed to know how much to charge if they don't know the length ahead of time. Yeah, that's a difficult part, for sure. Paranoia mode is supposed to take a parameter that's just a number. I'm guessing I've been inadvertently passing the driver parameter to it this whole time. and not the number. And I didn't, so that's a bug that exists in PyDisk RIP. But Digital Ice Age, I think the way I would do the surge pricing is after someone redeems it, they send a message. I would have a bot in chat that just sent back the new price is this. And then, you know, if no one sends it after a while, it'll chat out the price is now this. Like there would just be a stock ticker bot, essentially, that sent messages about the current deck talk price. In theory, I could also add a point redeem that is so expensive no one would ever redeem it, that could have a description set that tells you what the current bit cost is. I could also have it be like a ridiculous, like 1 million point redeem to get 1 TTS for free. And it could, in the description, it could automatically have the text updated to show the current bit equivalent of the current deck talk price on the stream overlay. Yeah, but I don't want that on there all the time. That would be depressing. For free, I mean, if you just run the streams on a server that automatically refreshes the page when, you know, the stream starts and it doesn't actually play, eventually you'll get 1 million points for free. Be possible to only do the price increase per user? Yes, but that doesn't solve part of the problem. Saving up for 10 mil, okay. So I'll just state this right now. If anyone redeems that, you're not getting a refund. And the point redeem, have the deck talk read the limit. No. The whole point is that it's a ridiculously expensive point redeem that would get you 1 free TTS, or you could read the description and it would tell you what the bit value currently is. You have stats on how many points people have? No, I don't believe there's any way for me to find that out. There really should be, but I don't think there is. Can I have a MakerBot redeem? Absolutely not. Plus, the description says computer only. How often is it possible to update descriptions? I don't know. I've never done it. All right, well, this is clearly not working. This is weird. Why? Why does CD paranoia work, but not CDRDAO? It's work with original firmware. We never... I might have tested it with the LG drive. Maybe the disc wants the disc to be blue, yeah. Yeah, I definitely get that point, Digital Ice Age. There's also just a 500's a lot, in my opinion. And realistically, are there any messages that aren't low effort? Like at all, ever? I think setting it to 500 would just kill it indefinitely. That's what I'm saying. As a set to 300. All right. Yeah, I was thinking 250 as a split the difference. You're set to 50. Yeah, that's not happening. At the very least, the mezzanine currency of bits takes out some of the sting of having low value point redeems. Because like Patreon, for example, I have the minimum Patreon set to $2 for a reason. Uh, because if I had it set to $1, I think I get like 36 cents out of that because of all of the fees related to Patreon and the credit cards or PayPal or whatever. Um, Having it set really low does like it makes it worthless. You may as well not even have it, which is again why I don't even have a $1 Patreon tier because it's just not worth it. It it gives the person who is supporting you a false sense of that the fact that they're even supporting you. It's like it's just. But again, bits don't have that issue because you buy packs of bits at once, so it's better. Is there a verbose? Verbose. I don't know how this works. Set verbose level. Okay, apparently I need to do it farther up too. Dash V. I don't know, 35. Okay, apparently I have to do it after read CD. Okay, let's see. So I have to pay fees with PayPal when I click the um there are always fees for everything. There is no non-fee way to do it, as far as I'm aware. I think Ko-Fi might be one of the lower fee ways as far as like subscription support, if that's what you're asking. Twitch is the worst by far. Hand deliver cash has no fee. I mean, yes, that's true. Direct bank transfer a check, yeah. No, a check has a fee of I have to remember how to go cash a check. I feel like D message isn't going to show anything. Why also why W? Also, why could I run that? I'm not root. And I'm not seeing anything weird. So yeah, I don't think it's that. Oh, that's watch. You want D message watch. I don't want watch. Tips through Stream Elements? I'm not, no. Stream Elements, all of them are just no. Yeah, our programmer, it is insane. Yeah, that's weird. Let's try redump. All right. Let's download the Linux one and run that. So Tziak, I didn't fake that video that I posted. It was like that when I started stream. So far, it looks like it's been pretty good. I think some people have had some issues. Pay you in cash, treat you food. I appreciate that, but I think the flight costs might cancel that out. Are YouTube chats still set up? They should be. I've never set up. I have not set up the super chat option though. If that's what you're talking about, I keep forgetting to do that. I keep getting distracted by other projects because I'm, totally not ADHD. All right. I forget how you run this. Nope. Redumper. Help. It should be all kinds of happy with this drive now. I'm also curious how fast it'll rip. What just happened? Weird. This is real Wesley's Parallel Universe Twin, yeah. See, you finally got the album. Yes. Yeah, I've been talking about it a little bit. Digital Ice Age has not listened to it to avoid spoilers for the movie and the album. Wants to just experience it all at once. So I've said limited things about it. Here's basically what I've said. I would equate it more to Halos 1, 3, and 4 than Halo 2 as an example, because I feel like it is more like an EP, even though it's long, and that it is more of a score than a soundtrack, because it is thematic. Did the song title spoil you? No. One song containing one element spoiled me. And I'm pretty sure I know what the entire plot of the movie is now. I would love to be wrong. I would be so happy to be wrong about thinking I know what the movie is. What's the command for redump? Like, let me just go back to this. I don't know how to rip a disc. I think this is basically what I need to just do this and then set it to SR1. Hold on, MK dir test cd test. Let's just do it in here because I know this is going to generate a bajillion files. Oh wait, I can't do it here because there's no executable. Got to do it here, and then this, and then that, and then dev sr1. All right, and there it goes. All right, so this should work. This is the domain that this firmware is meant to be run in. That is fast. That's way faster than the other drives for doing this. No errors either. Crazy. Other than a Q error, but just ignore that. Whatever. Pretty silly of them to spoil the film and the score titles. I wouldn't say they really did. You can make some inferences from that, but I will say, if you really, really don't want to be spoiled about the movie, I would not listen to the soundtrack. The thing I am picking up on is something that you may not, it's something that not everyone would necessarily consider a spoiler. It gave away a major plot point to me, though. What movie? Tron Ares. Darth Vader's Luke's Dad Overture. Yeah. Tron Legacy is a better album. Yes, it is. That's why I would say Tron Legacy has a soundtrack. Tron Ares has a score. That's why I'm phrasing it that way. I don't think it's bad. I really don't. It is just, it's a score, not a soundtrack. It's the functional difference. This is going to be a fast rip. Oh, the Q errors are sub-channel, most likely. And that's, like, not that unexpected. This disk probably doesn't use any sub-channel data at all. Simon's Fallout karaoke disc. I don't think it's going to be that. This chunk stream up front. The firmware change allowed track 0 access. Yes, it did. But that's about the only thing. Weirdly, CDR DAO no longer works with the drive. It just returns errors for some reason. But it only returns them if I put it in verbose mode. So we are using redumper here with the drive, which it's like, oh yes, thank you. That's very much exactly what I want. This firmware is made for this software. So this is like the peanut butter and chocolate of CD ripping. Oh my gosh, it exports all of the tracks as individual bins. That's ridiculous. What? Why? Why? No, it's so annoying. Okay, talk is not a CDR-DAO talk. That's also annoying. Why would you go that far and not just make them waves? Like, we could probably literally just rename this to .wave. No? So there should also be a master bin file. Scram? That's not right. I don't like this, but I didn't provide any output format. So, yeah, header, I know. Q up top? Yeah, there we go. That's a more standard one. So I didn't even realize you could specify different files. No, I did. I knew that, yeah. It's just not common. The IRSC code, ISRC code. Okay, yeah, index 0. Okay, so it did not put the pregap in there. Did it store it at all? It did not automatically detect and store the pregap. There's no file for that. Well, you know what, Yin? You're right. Let's rip factory showroom now and see what happens. Okay, good job, software. You didn't invent a pregap track. Good job. mkdir factory cd factory. Okay, and then for the command, we'll just add one more period. Boop, and now we're good to go. No errors, ripping super fast. It knows the start sector is really far ahead. Did it print anything about a pregap? Not that I can see. I am not providing any options though, so I don't really blame it for doing anything here. I kind of wish it would have the default option be a giant bin queue though. Kind of bugs me it's not. When did you switch CD? With CDR-DAO, because I was trying to see if maybe the pre-gap was messing up CDR-DAO. And Foo Fighters should rip faster. Yeah, I'm sure there is options. I didn't do that at all. I'm sending it, the only parameter I'm giving it is which drive it is. No idea CD ripping so convoluted. Oh yeah, it's horrible. Matter of fact, we'll rip the karaoke disc next, and I'm curious what the Q channel errors does. Also, the subcode file should be huge by comparison. This is now factory showroom, yes. There's the unlimited read speed. Yeah, this is a lot faster. This is smoking the Asus drive that was just throwing errors as far as read speed. I'm fast. Yeah, I did sneak it in there. I announced it, but I did just like do it real quick like. I'm going to say this right now. We're not going to flash the firmware on the other 2 drives today. Well, other 3 drives. I might do that in the morning before stream tomorrow, because we've seen the process now. It's not that complicated. I'll just dump the firmware, write the firmware, swap drives, do it all in Windows before the stream. And then tomorrow we can work on putting the Blu-ray drives in the robot. I think we can get away without removing the drive bezels this time. So that'll be cool. Man, it's fast. AA is the pre-gap? I don't know what you mean AA. Oh, LB8. No, that's not. I don't know what that is. To me, that sounds like after audio. I think it's ripping the lead out, which they really badly want to capture with redumper for some reason, which makes me nervous that I've never really considered that and that I'm missing something. So, yeah. Warning, incomplete pre-gap, something, something, something. Let me go back and read what that said about the pre-gap. Blah, 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 blah. Pre-gap, session 1, unavailable 15 of 100, lead-in contains non-zero data. Okay, well, why did you not read that then? All right, factory. What is AA? Because that is weird. Oh, it didn't export it. So I think it knows. We have track 0. All right, let's open that with Audacity. File, import, raw data, downloads, redumper, bin, factory. 0, little endian, 16-bit, 2-channel, 44100, import. That looks wrong. That's weird. It's also too short by a lot. Not enough data. So that did not work. But we know for a fact, because of CD paranoia, that it can read it. So, yeah, it's 136K. Not enough. Pre-gap was appended to track 1. Open with, I mean, now I really wish I hadn't closed Audacity, but we can just try. 51 megabytes seems a little big, so maybe import raw data, track 1. Blah, blah, blah. 2-channel, though, not 1. And it's 16-bit. That is super enormous zoom for some reason. No, I don't want playback speed adjusted. Why is that even a slider? That's horrible. I can't zoom because I don't have a scroll. So, here we go. Yeah, it's there. That's the pre-gap right there. Weird. Why? Okay. I don't want to rip the karaoke disc next. I want to really confuse the snot out of it. I want to make it hate me. Poke. CD. Poke. All right, we're going to rip a poke in the air with a sharp stick. And I want to see how it handles that. Try mix mode yet? Not yet. It's probably fine. Let's just keep ripping audio CDs and we'll stick our head in the sand. Thought pre-gap tracks are always part of track 1. They are, but there's an index that tells it that it's different. Yeah. So this is poking the air with a sharp stick. This is an audio CD sample disc made for, well, samplers, like a Roland W30, but not for SCSI commands, that kind of stuff. Anyway, this is a very unique CD because it contains many, many indexes per track. So if I run CD info dev sr1, it should lose its mind. So first off, yes, it has 99 tracks, which is the maximum. This doesn't even list the indexes. So that's fun. So what we're going to do is try to cancel, and it's trying to look up an MISRC whatever thing, and it's not going to work. So we're going to rip this, and redump should also have a bit of a tough time. Ooh, that's wrong. There's more indexes than that. A lot more. I will be curious how it handles this. This is a brutal disc. No, there's not 170 tracks. I don't know what that lead out track was like encoded wrong or something. Yeah, there's way more track indexes than this. Let's see if it has like a talk or something. Oh, that's probably the raw binary talk. I didn't even think about that. Or is this that? Oh, well, that sucks. There's no way for me to do that. So it exists to try to break drives? No, it exists for the hypothetical CD player that can set track indexes so that you can directly sample one thing. This one's taken a lot longer to rip. It has not gone up to the ridiculous speed yet either. So this one is a little bit tougher. I'm really curious what it comes back with on this. And then we'll skip the karaoke disc because it's just going to work. We'll rip a mix mode. What were we ripping? Driver? I'll stick driver in there. That's a CD-ROM XA disc. Wonder why? Well, it should be the table of contents and the binary data. They don't interact with each other once it's actually ripping. So I don't know why it would take slower, or take longer, actually, because it doesn't have more audio data. It just has more segments of audio data that are indexed in advance in the talk. So the talk is complicated, but the data section should be the same. Any video game disc with a pre-gap track? I don't know why there would be. Because a video game disc would have data in track 1, and you wouldn't want to play that as audio to begin with. So sticking a pre-gap audio track in there would be kind of weird. And computers really, really, really don't want to read pre-gaps. So you couldn't even, as like a joke, consider hiding something in there. Drive should not spin up the disk too fast if it senses the disk is imbalanced. Maybe it is a full ink print across the top and it's a low volume disk for sure, so maybe it's not well balanced. I don't know. Creating and closing new files. I don't think it's doing that since it's just reading to Scram right now, and then it's going to post-process everything in the individual bin tracks. But yeah, I would, just based on my tests, most PC drives are like incapable of reading pre-gaps at all. So you definitely couldn't put data in there. And audio would not make sense. In theory, you could. And we could devise a devious CD that's mixed mode with a pre-gap audio on a data-only track, and we could do it. It's possible. But it would be dumb. At some point, I may actually make a torture disc. I have like a pre-gap audio on a data track in session 1, and then audio tracks in session 2, and then maybe session 3 is just an ISO 9660. Maybe track 2 of the second session or the third session could have a UDF file system. Like, we could do some evil stuff. Make it transparent. That's not up to me. I'm not going to get it glass mastered either. I have the transparent disc. I just haven't done anything with it because I knew it would be done to death before I even got it delivered, so I'm just not going to bother. Plus, that's a unique problem. That's like saying, oh no, how do I preserve a fluid-filled record? It's like, anything that's on a fluid-filled record is also on a normal record. There's no reason to worry about that. My hobby is unique? It's really not. I didn't write Redumper. This is software that exists specifically for this. I didn't write the hacked firmware. Someone else wrote that to make this a little bit easier. So, why does it not have its help on the web? I don't know. I'm far from the only person who is concerned about this stuff and who is aware of it. I'm sure all of Nerdistan knows Redumper. Yeah. Pre-gap is related to the audio before track 1. Yes. So CDs have tracks for audio data. So you have your data blob section of the disk, and then you have your table of contents. The table of contents divides up the blob of data into tracks. But then you can further subdivide tracks into indexes. CDs typically have a 0 index and then a 1 index. 1 is the true start of an audio section. So a CD player would only play from track 1, index 1 on. You can then have some gaps in between the tracks by having a index 0 and a track 1, or an index 0 and an index 1 position on the discs. I actually have a copy of Dio Holy Diver somewhere around here that you can physically see the index 0 positions on, because there is space in between the tracks on the disc for some reason. Early pressing, they didn't really know what they were doing. So CD players will skip all of those track or index 0 positions. But there isn't any standard on how big the index 0 section can be. So on the They Might Be Giants factory showroom disc, the distance between index 0 and index 1 on track 1 is about a minute and contains a whole song. So that's that's what the precap is. Now, in general, no one, I am not aware of any hidden tracks on any tracks other than track 1. Because you could do that same thing, index position 0, on any disc. But as far as I'm aware, nothing, there are no hidden tracks anywhere else on any other discs like that. I don't know, old one. I'm not aware of that. Maybe the Saturn or the Sega CD. I'm not aware. Big Linter, the people who do set this stuff up are very important for sure. Wow, that's actually not a lot of queue errors overall. Maybe it's because it's going really slow. I never thought about it. Does the queue data have the parity bit correction like the actual audio data does? Where queue errors, I believe that is subcode, sub-channel data. So like CD text would be in there. So if you have errors in there, your CD text may be corrupt. It's generally not that would have more errors. I don't know. That's why I want to rip it, but there's so many things we need to test. And every time I open my mouth, the priority of what we're testing next changes. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe this is correct. All CDs have sub-channel data throughout the entire disc. It's just on most of them, it's all zeros. So it won't matter if there are errors. So I don't actually know if oh wow, there are a lot of errors there at the end. Whoa, I didn't pay attention to the other disc if the errors ramped up like that at the end. Now we're getting a lot. That might be the lead out section. Where are we LBA wise? We are beyond track 99 now. So we're into the error section. That might be why. I think it's trying to read track 81, 82, and 83 right now, and the head is hitting the end. What? Ah, there we go. There's the index spam. How are you going to handle this with your weird split bin files now? Oh, yeah, look at that. Isn't that insane? There are so many individual audio sections on this disc. It's ridiculous. So this disc is unique. There is audio and everything here. But again, this disc is extremely unique. There we go. It's generating all of the track files. Boom. Time code is in the subchannel. Okay. Yeah, so there's the Q file dumped. Yeah, this thing's nuts. This is a disc that I believe I could legitimately play the entire thing on stream since you're meant to use it as samples. Owning it is the right to reproduce it. Although there's probably something in there that says you can't just play the raw data directly so that someone else could resample it. But so we're not going to still, but pretty close. I could actually use that. All right, we're going to rip the karaoke one next just to get that Q question answered. Then we'll rip the mixed disc. We're going to have time for both, so it's not a problem yet. Alrighty. Make a folder. Karaoke. I added an apostrophe there. I don't want that. Okay. CD, blah, blah. To there. And rip. All right. See what this looks like. As a person who has a CD, DVD drive and has to copy files off of disks quite often by the provincial heritage people. They don't have any CD, DVD drives anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. It's difficult to get one. This one is ripping fast. While that rips, let's compare the size of the subcode data output between Poke and factory to see. So 30 megabytes for Poke in the air with a sharp stick. And for factory, 23. So there is a difference. Interesting. So we'll see if there is more data in the karaoke one. Because this will have the... Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot more data. We're already 1/3 of the size of Poke in the Air. We're only 1/5 of the way through. Because there's going to be graphics in the sub-channel data of the karaoke disc, because that's how you get the text that shows up. Yeah, GNOME sucks, I know. It bursts DVDs with 70 kilobytes of data. That's awful. That sucks, Biffas. Yeah, in that case, you are better off getting the MFM emulator hardware, the Decromancer thing, because that can identify the controller type based on the structure of the disk. But yeah, that's rough. And then that's a very expensive device. You'd honestly be better off sending it to someone who has it, like me, if it's really important. Or they need karaoke decoders. I don't know. I feel like I've said that there aren't, and then someone said that there is, and I don't know. I don't know, because it's really complicated. What will Redumper do with Data CD? I don't know. You guys have seen everything I have ever done with Redumper on stream. And effectively, everything I've done today is 90% of what I've ever done with Redumper. So I don't know. See the cassette tape with karaoke lyrics and the other side of the tape that had video output. What? How does it do video output? Did they encode composite video to the audio cassette? I mean, in theory, you could try, but it would suck, I suspect. So Industrious Ant, no, we mean software that can decode the sub-channel data file into graphics. Serial data containing text and command and stuff. Okay, so something else has to interpret. I'm talking about the cassette right now. How does the cassette work? I would have to watch a video, I guess. So no, I did not see it, but that sounds crazy. Oh, the cassette does contain, so something else needs to decode it then. Okay. The suspected MIDI data. Oh, all right. So MIDI data stream. So MIDI is just serial, actually. That uses standard UARTs. I don't know what baud rate and all that fun stuff, but yeah, it is just serial technically. With some fancy pants stuff for pass-through and addressing. It's not RS-232. That's why it's not, but it is UART driven. What speed CD drives are these? 16x Blu-ray, 48x Good grief, 48x write speed for a CDR? Holy moly. 48x for CD-ROM read. Okay. So the same thing applies as far as read speed from what I said in the video. A DVD-ROM reads at 16x. That is faster than the other drives, if I remember correctly. So that's about 30% faster. So they might... Total bus speed, if I was ripping 3 DVDs at once, these might output 88 megabytes per second if they rip at full speed. So the USB 3.0 upgrade is looking even better. Oh yeah, you can't just, that's not RS-232 compatible at all. Yeah, it's weird. Non-zero talk sample range, non-zero data range, interesting. Incomplete pre-gap, yeah, whatever. It seems like the pre-gap error is always the same. I think it's always 15 out of 150. Alright, so subcode data file, how big is it? It's only 38 megabytes. Huh. And as expected, it didn't output anything different. Because I wouldn't believe redump would identify and decode a subchannel data directly. How would it know what it is? Because it could be CD text, could be karaoke data, could be so many things. Although it does generate a Q file, so it might actually decode CD text. I should have Americana, yeah, the Offspring Americana in here. That has CD text on it, so we can test that. He says opening his mouth, adding more things to the list that he has to do. We're going to do a mix mode disc next, CD-ROM XA. So, this is the test, but it's going to work. So, just throwing that out there. It's going to work. The drive is warm now, by the way. And then we'll rip the... Oh, it's also Blue Book. Oh, this is an awful evil disc, really. This is CD text, Blue Book, hybrid data ISO that has HFS first. Yeah, that one's evil. Does decode CD text, had it pull track names. Ah, cool. Do we need to add cooling for it? So the robot does actually have a fan on the back. So yeah, it'll be good. This is driver CD MK dir driver CD driver and go. This is mixed mode CD-ROM XA. This does actually, it had a CDDB entry. I don't know if it has a MusicBrainz entry. It doesn't matter for this because this is not going to check. How much power does it draw? I think it's the same, 1.5 on 5 volts and 2 on 12. Yeah, exact same as the other drives. Oh, that is screaming. Interesting, it seems like it's ripping lead in there. It was ripping negative. Huh. I think at GitHub they said they were working on CD plus G, but they weren't quite there yet. I don't know what they're going to do with it. If they convert it to image data, that would be awesome. The only disc I have with hidden information is Factory Showroom. Out of all of the CDs I own, that's the only one. So if it's not this, then it doesn't have hidden data. Because it's very uncommon. Because it's really hard to find and use from a normal consumer perspective. Although, depending on how you look at it, the next disc will rip the Blue Book does have hidden data because It has the ISO 9660 file system on it, is what's known as a hybrid. I did say that. So it is HFS Plus and, well, Joliet, it's not FAT32, but it's a hybrid disk image that has Mac and PC data on the same image, and any files that are the same between the two things, so like say there's extra, like maybe there's a small music video on there that's in FLV format or something because it was in the 90s. They don't want to put that data on there twice for Mac and PC, so the inodes for the file system are the same for the shared files, but then they're distinct because maybe, you know, Shockwave for Mac is a different installer than it is for PC. So those point to different locations. So there's different files between the two. If you put the disk into a Windows computer, you'll be able to see the Windows data. You won't see the Mac data, but the inverse is true. If you put it in a Mac, you won't see the PC data. So that's not really hidden, but it's really, really difficult to rip those. Almost impossible. There is a technical way that we could do it that I've not seen implemented just because it sucks. Using redump and these drives are probably the closest I'm ever going to get to being able to do that method, though. So I'm probably going to try now that I have a like fixed way of doing it. This is the best shot I'll have for setting this up. So we can actually see in here read offset +6. So that is +6 probably frames of data on here, which is important because when we rip a bin file, the LBA offsets for the ISO 9660 file system on the data track will be offset by that, I believe. So we need to account for that, which means that my rip from these drives to correctly extract the file system data is going to be unique to these drives. So it's like, it's horrible. It's awful. CD ripping's the worst. Take that, CD. No one likes you. Just knock the Foo Fighters disc onto the floor. It's fine. Primus Tales from the Punch Bowl. Enhanced CD-ROM has some interactive stuff. It was a pain to get to work on Windows, but worked okay on Mac. Yeah. Yep. Neat but cursed. Yeah, it really truly is. I may explain why I have CD that does not state what system it's for and suspect it's Mac-only disc. Not necessarily. It could be both. I don't think I've ever seen one that's Mac only, actually. 32 kilobyte unused space at the beginnings, probably where hybrid file system puts super block. I don't know. I don't know how it works. ISO 9660 is weird. Like, fun fact, you don't have to put an ISO 9660 file system on a CD. Here is The Godfather. This is a game released on DVD. It does not have a UDF file system. This is a 4 gigabyte ISO 9660 file system. It's super wonky. I don't remember if I'm correct when I say this. This Mega Scenery X Phoenix add-on might be a UDF file system. That might be why I have it in here in contrast. But yeah, everything is terrible when it comes to ripping optical media. DVD is a little more standardized, but it's not totally standardized. But yeah, it's just terrible. It's all data. Put anything on there you want, whether devices can make sense of it or not. Yeah, exactly. Does not detect in my PC, so I suspect that may be the case. Are you putting in a what on earth? Oh, that's ISO 9660 stuff. Interesting. So this is a PC game, not a PlayStation game or something. I could put a PlayStation game in there for kicks if I wanted to. So what do we get out of this? That's karaoke. Let's go look at driver. All right. Those are all of the tracks we get out of it, okay? It did put the 9660 file system there. Did not do anything else with it, though. All right. So this, if we rename .iso, I think would actually work. Or not. No? Why? That's weird. All right. Let's rename that back to bin. Doesn't matter. We're not keeping any of this. Okay. Yeah, 1 is big because that's the actual game data. Should mount Q? No, I should not. That won't work. Man, that drive is super duper warm. All right, now we're going to rip the blue book. All right, so this disc has 2 sessions. It has CD text. It has a hybrid file system. It's truly terrible. So let's see how it goes. Offspring, CD, offspring, and rip. The robot has a fan. It'll be fine. There's a fan that blows directly on the drives. It'll work out fine. So we can see the multiple sessions there. I had no doubt that it would handle multiple sessions. I wouldn't say that that's like CD 101, but if you're ripping CDRs, that's definitely something you need to be aware of. So if you're creating a CD ripping project like this, you would have handled that. It is ripping the lead-in track for some reason here. Apparently there was a lot of read-in, or it really wants to make sure. I don't know why. Maybe it found a bunch of data in the lead-in? I don't know. This is weird. Pre-gap start minus 135 as opposed to 135. Yeah, okay, I don't know what it's doing. Weird. Well, now it's ripping slow, and I don't know if it's because it just like fumbled the lead-in or whatnot. Under Mac Plus CD promo DVD. So is that a hybrid ISO 9660 file system on a DVD for software? I've never seen that. That would be kind of cool. Am I winning? I would say yes. We haven't had anything fail other than not being able to read CD or DAO, but that's not like the worst thing. I wanted to switch to redumper anyway. Yeah, so far it's working out well. Oh, this one's going to be slow. This is going to be slower than poking the air with a sharp stick. Why? Also, it's disappointing it doesn't say what the speed is. I don't know anything about the reliability of blank Blu-ray media. I've never written a Blu-ray. I think I own 2 blanks that I bought specifically to keep as historical references of Blu-ray media. I have never had any intention of ever writing a Blu-ray because it just seems like a terrible idea. 20 years from now, who knows about the reliability of all the Blu-ray drives, and clearly we were done making new optical disc formats, so there would never be a successor to Blu-ray that was backwards compatible with it. Yeah, now that you say that, Paul, I'm annoyed that my Asus drives didn't come with a blank. Lame. No more optical media? These drives were made in July of this year. Its death is highly exaggerated. Just CDFS and also Mac files. The boring way. Need to invent X-ray drives? Nah, just holographic drives. Let's see, what else do we have here? Actually, this is probably it for the horrible discs. There are a couple of more standard discs, but if it could read all of these, I suspect it'll read any of the other ones. So at this point, we'll be good. We will have tested everything. So we'll let it finish ripping this, and then we're probably done for the day. Tomorrow, we will continue with flashing the other drives, or like I said, maybe I'll flash them before. I don't know. I'm not making any guarantees. We'll see how it goes. But I'll try to flash them before stream. And then we can switch over to installing them in the CD Ripper and then probably replacing CDR-DAO with redumper in PyDisk Rip, which is going to suck, but oh well. It's funny they came with a giant manual because it's not like there's anything you can actually do with the drives themselves. It's automatically making an ISO from it. Interesting. Well, maybe we'll rip Lego Racers then. Because this is a Mode 1 CD-ROM, just ISO, super simple, so it might make an ISO from it. Although, are you providing any parameters or anything in? Because I'm still not. I'm just the dumb idiot, don't know how to use it, just, redumper with drive. Drummer, no, I don't think you were understanding what I was saying. What is better about whatever your DV tape is? Or what is better about Blu-ray than DV tapes? Because I could see there being more DV tape drives in existence than Blu-ray PC drives. Because they just weren't common. There was never a reason to use Blu-ray drives on PC other than literally what I'm doing. Like this is one of the few times that I would not be surprised if 90% of the drives that were sold for using Blu-rays on PC were used to just rip Blu-rays. Genuinely would not surprise me. Providing an anecdote of use, that's what I'm saying is that that's a bad use case. I'm saying you should never archive to Blu-ray, ever. Because it's going to be less shelf stable than tape. And the drives are probably not as reliable because tape is a magnetic head and a motor that spins. This is, oh my gosh, focusing motors and all that stuff, way more complicated. Cheap enough to just archive to both. A hard drive in a box is a better archiving media than a Blu-ray. Then BD players. Okay. Movie player or PC optical drive? Because I have my doubts. What about the M discs? I would not put any faith in that. Because again, the media is not really the problem. The drives are. Yeah, Industrious Ant, you can tell me of any consumer releases on Blu-ray for PC. He's archived incorrectly? All right. I mean, it's theoretically possible. You can write data to a Blu-ray. It's a bad idea, but you can do it. Copying Netflix movies on my PC. Didn't end up keeping them for long. Wow, this is slow. Gave up on writing to Blu-ray. Write my Steam backends to SD cards now. Oh my gosh. Oh, that might be a terrible idea. That might be really bad. Burning Blu-rays are definitely not time efficient. I wouldn't worry too much about time efficiency. I would the two things are the longevity of the backup media, which basically all media is good enough for that, so it's not really a big problem. The bigger problem is the longevity of the drives. That I'm more concerned about. It will always be easy to connect SATA drives. So I don't think that that's a problem. IDE drives, little more complicated to connect to nowadays. So, yeah, get some of these $10 64 terabyte drives for backup. Yeah, there's so many better ways. I mean, that wasn't true necessarily a decade ago, but even a decade ago, it was kind of obvious the writing was on the wall for Blu-ray because it was itself a decade old then and didn't have a successor lined up. Because consider 1981-ish, let's say 5 1/4 floppies. Okay, 1980. It was around for 70s too, but let's just say 1980. 1984 was ish 3.5-inch floppy drive, wide acceptance. Okay, 4 years. CD-ROM was about 19. Let's go with 1989 as wide acceptance. Okay, that was 5 years. All right, CD-ROM had until I want to say about 1999 for wide acceptance for DVD. So that's about a 10-year gap where CDs were king. Okay, DVD then had until about 2005 for Blu-rays, but there was never any Blu-ray software for PC. There was only Blu-ray media. So on the PC side, you were still stuck using DVDs. So DVDs were never eclipsed by Blu-ray on PC side. Then in home media, Blu-rays from 2005 never got a successor. So indefinite amount of time. So there was never a point where Blu-ray was being surpassed, and it makes it concerning about the lifespan of the media. Again, old one. I don't know why you would burn Blu-rays. Especially, I don't know why you would burn Blu-rays if a different drive type dies. Because isn't that just a sign that burning to removable media is a terrible idea? Also, the drive's being extra weird right now. Actually, it might be easier for me to just do this. There is no noise canceling. Sounds like a floppy drive. Yeah, that's what I was saying at the end of Poking the Air with a Sharp Stick that I was trying to read tracks 81, 82, and 83. I don't know what it's doing. Because it's not throwing errors. Just rip the disks to a server? Exactly. Yeah, a NAS is the real solution for archiving stuff. Right? Have a RAID. Get a second set of hard drives that you back up to and then put in a shoebox so they don't have on time. Ugh.
Bullthorn subscribed with Prime. End of line.
Bullthorn, thank you for the Prime sub. And for the first time. I appreciate that. Yeah, Miss Dot, that's what I would think too. It's behaved, although the LBA address is increasing. So it's not. Maybe there's a dirty section that I should have cleaned. I would eject it, but we've already put so much time into this. And I don't have anything else to do after this other than rip the, like, standard ISO 9660 mode 1 track. Yeah, this would take days, not hours. We're talking days at this speed. We're reading, like, 1 sector or frame a second? Nah. Well, hard drives aren't as, or optical media isn't as susceptible to read-related errors as hard drives are. Because hard drives, the mechanics are part of the drive. And the mechanics are what's more likely to fail than the media itself inside. Yeah, old one, that is a thing. You can't just give someone else media now. Like, even a flash drive, realistically. I've said this before. You guys try to fight with me about it. I will hold true to it. The average person nowadays, you could hand them a flash drive and they won't know how to use it. He used to be 3 rows overkill. Could have dumped this one over 9600 baud. Be the best way to remove scratches from a disc. Get a disc polisher. Yeah, Paul Guy, exactly. The home computer is dead. Everything is a website now. Or a website masquerading as an app. Krager Bill, so basically that's what this is doing right now. I don't know why it's going slow. I genuinely don't. My best guess is that it's having to reread the same data bits multiple times to get a consensus on a successful read, and then it's moving on. But you can't get successive reads in RAM. So you do have to make sure, let's say, that you have read the disk correctly the first time. So if this is a dirty spot, then it is a problem. I'm going to go ahead and stop it, though. I want to read the Lego Racers disk. I don't know why there's no errors, though. That part's really weirding me out. The disk is a little dirty, but I would only say it's a little dirty. It should be able to read through it, but it's a little dirty. We can retry that one later. Audio CD with 2 indexes per track? What do you mean? You mean actually... That's how gaps are made. Yes, the track index 0 and index 1 are definitely a thing. Okay, Lego Racers. Lego Racers is clean-ish. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I definitely have audio CDs like that. Foo Fighters might have been like that, actually. I'm not sure. There's no hidden data. It's like that. Okay, this is standard CD-ROM, the most generic CD-ROM you could possibly imagine. So this should rip like that. Thanks, Genome, for auto-mounting. I love it. Don't eject, just unmount. No, bad. Get to it before Genome can mount it. Oh yeah, I left the mic there. Well, sounds like you guys were enjoying it, so I'll just leave it there. Yeah, I'm probably going to be putting an MP3 on a floppy disk later this month for a second channel video. Look at those numbers go. Yeah, see? Way faster. %, done. Holy moly. That's a 48 speed rip right there. Jeez. It helps that there's barely any data on it, too. It didn't even fill the CD. I think this is like 100 some megabytes, all said and done. So I'm curious, it might read the rest of the blank disk. Okay, it's going to be more than 100. Unless it is just reading all of the possible data. Should I put it on an LS120? Yeah. Alright, now I'm curious what we get. If it'll do an ISO. Oh, that's on me, drat. It's re-ripping it now. I think I can cancel it. Okay. Yeah, so it's everything... Still reading it? Yeah, okay, whatever. So this is all the data. Bin... Oh, it made a bin Q. Interesting. Okay. So it didn't make an ISO, it made a bin Q. And it does, I like this. I'm thinking about doing this with PyDiskRip. I'm thinking about prefixing all the file names with a timestamp like this. I'm probably just going to. You may be able to pass an extra parameter for an ISO. Probably. Again, I'm not doing anything correctly with this. I'm just like throwing disks at it and it's going, yep, that's a disk. I keep wanting to knock down Foo Fighters. That Foo Fighters disc is like the most boring CD. It's like the water of CDs. It's just Red Book. But it rips fast and it's a good baseline. All right. I think that's it. So tomorrow, the other drives will get their firmware upgraded. We'll try installing the drives in the CD robot. We'll have to recalibrate it. And then we'll update PyDiskRip to support redump, because apparently it's not going to work with CDR-DAO. That kind of sucks. I really don't like that, actually. But, oh well. Redump's a better option anyway. So, yeah. Play my Foo Fighters disc cartoon in Computer Toys book. Oh, gosh. Yeah, all right. I'm going to turn the computer off. There was not a single thing I was able to stump it with today. So, redump with this drive, with this firmware, definitely seems to be a good option. So, I am looking forward to this. I just wish it hadn't been such a painful road to get here, both like emotionally, technically, and financially. Ugh. So, all right, I am going to run the outro here. We're a little early, but that's pretty much everything we can do today. So, we'll pick us back up tomorrow. Money well spent? Well, probably. It hurts a lot. I don't know. I don't want to say it's well spent. They're expensive. Get another drive to spare? That's what the LG's for. It's the same drive. That's good enough. I'm good. I'm good. Enjoy the rest of your monsoon. It might be over by now. We'll see. Yeah, let's see. Rain potential for the rest of the day. Let's have a look-see here. Weather, precipitation. Ooh, actually, never mind. 5 p.m. Party time. Okay, yeah. I got to get out of here so I can get home and get the lawn chair out in the rain. Okay. So, thank you all for being here. It was fun to finally make some real progress on this. We'll, like I said, continue this tomorrow. And yeah, so if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you all next time. And enjoy the up-to-date printout. Oh yeah, actually, wait 1 second. You know what? We're a little early. I can do this on stream here. You know, I'll do it from my phone. Perfect timing, actually. I'll even remember to do this. Come on, phone. Don't be slow. Okay, edit. And boom. New YouTube video on a Linux computer. I'm excited about this one. I'm curious what the reception is going to be. So, yeah, there you go. New video to go watch. So if you want the Tech Tangents party to keep on rolling, go watch the YouTube video. But that is it for now. So I will see you all next time. And now you can enjoy the up-to-date printout.